Woohoo! All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Right on. Late Night Live number 14. Late Night Live prelude, yes. I figured I'd take a break from the pop music today, and I'm in a very trying to be anyways, in a chill, zen sort of state. um, lately. So we're listening to classical music today. Hello, everybody. Manfred, Priyanka, Otis, Winnie, Marilyn, Aravind. Welcome to Late Night Live number 14. I'm excited. And I'm feeling semi-relaxed, so that's a good thing. That usually means... Oh, loud motorbike driving by. That usually means I might have a... Oh, apparently this loud motorbike is my neighbor. um, hopefully have a good writing night. Fingers crossed. Yeah. Okay, no wonder I was confused. You were confused about me? What do you mean you were confused about me? What? I'm not confusing. So the game plan today, I think, actually Mom had a dope suggestion that, because I said I wanted to do another round, I'm thinking in October, I'm going to do another round of the Sigsling and Sunday Challenge. I'm going to bring that back for probably another 4 weeks, maybe longer, depending how I feel about it or how it goes. And he sort of made a request or a suggestion to me today that I did some, like, a live breakdown to sort of explain to you guys how I break down a signature if I'm choosing to replicate it. Most of what I do in my own writing isn't a replication, it's just my own creation, so I have my own creative process for that. But there's sort of, it's similar, but a slightly different way of going by training myself to recreate a specific signature. So I feel like that is what we're gonna do today. I'm gonna warm up here for a little bit, set myself up for success, as I haven't really done very many warm ups in the past lives. I've just kind of dove right into it. And if we're going to be doing breakdowns of some old signatures, I want to do it justice and I want to do a good job of it. Suzanne Cunningham said you were the master of flourishes. I am not the master of flourishes. Michael Saul gets that title, I think. You assumed I taught copperplate. I don't teach copperplate. I do copperplate and Grosser script, but I teach Spencerian, ornamental penmanship. I've never taught copperplate or engrosser script before. I mean, I've given pointers and stuff to people for things that I've seen, but yeah, I'll do that today. I'll share that process. We'll go through. I'll use Michael Saul's book, and I'll just go through it and pick a couple. Nothing too complicated, and then I'll just basically I'll try to replicate them like I normally would, and you guys can be here and ask questions and whatever if you like. Nice and relaxed. Oh, my weekend back on the dance floor was amazing. I mean, I only teach the one class at the studio, and it's only an hour, so it's really only an hour back in the studio. But it feels really good to teach live students in person. Because of COVID, I haven't been teaching dance or penmanship, and that's normally what I do all the time. My summer is usually very full of dance teaching, and I didn't get to do that this year. So it just felt amazing to be with students, just other dancers. That was really cool. Like I said in one of my posts, it's the kind of the most normal that I've felt in the past while. Not that not normal hasn't really been a bad thing. I haven't really been in a COVID didn't put me in like a weird mental space or anything. I missed my routine. I missed teaching. Just getting up in front of people, jamming to music. Yeah, I had a good time. I forgot to record the class though. Um, so this next Sunday, hopefully we get a good amount of students come to class again for the next week, and I will film the combo that we worked on. But it definitely feels good to be back. Home is starting to feel a little more situated. As you can see behind me, things are a little more set up. This shelving is not permanent. This unit is only going to be here until I get around. Hopefully, the next I'd like to do it before the next month is out. Make sure that finances are okay for it. I'm replacing that unit with a custom built setup, and then on the other side, I need to build a workbench and all that. But it's coming. It feels more like home. I had my first guest yesterday. A buddy of mine came over to pick up a few things I had for him, and he stayed for a little bit. We sat down, had a few glasses of wine, and chatted. Watched some YouTube videos and whatnot. But it's cool. It's nice to feel home. I never really had friends and stuff over at my old place for some reason in the basement. No real reason, but this place I hope to have more of my friends over and just being a little more social at home now that we're allowed to. All right. The hand seems relatively playing nice today, so that's good. Let's find a signature. Let's dive right into this, shall we? Hmm. Some people like singing more than dancing, some the other. I'm definitely the other. I can't sing to save my life. I can talk really loud and I can talk melodically, but I cannot sing. I can whistle. I've had a lot of people in the past and friends have caught me and be like, "Oh, you're a really good whistler. You should say, are you a good singer too?" No, not at all. These vocals are loud and yelly. They're not singy. Okay. So this is, for those of you who don't know, this book. This is Spencerian Script and Ornamental Penmanship. This is Michael Saul's book, Volume 2. It's a great book. This is one of the very first penmanship books I ever purchased a long time ago when I first got started. And it's basically just a bunch of references, as you can see, just a bunch of scans from some lessons and from the business educators and from private collections. There's just a whole bunch of scanned specimens, basically. The only thing that makes me sad about specifically this portion of the book, it's the ornamental penmanship signature section, and they don't give names to who wrote everything. Um, I'm assuming in the scrapbook some of them weren't um, labeled or categorized that way. So each page, I mean, you can go through and figure out who wrote each one based on the styles and that kind of stuff. I'll be 100% honest, I'm not the one to recognize different penman styles and those little things like that. There are some people that are really, really good at that. I haven't dedicated much time. I can tell the difference between some main ones, like when Mataraz versus Lupfer and things like that sometimes, but sort of in my brain, it's all just pretty writing. So you'll see, I get used to seeing habitual strokes, be like, oh, that's got to be a Bairnsmeyer because of that stroke, but a lot of people used a lot of the same strokes. So I don't know who wrote these signatures. Some people might be able to make pretty good guesses. Some people probably know for certain who wrote these signatures. I don't know. So we're just gonna do them because they look good. This is the first one that caught my eye actually when I was just whipping through the book right before we started. So this is gonna be the first one that we're gonna do today. WZ Ropering. There's a lot in this book that use this ending flourish that's not connected to anything. That's something that I've never done. This is not a... I'm just now realizing this might be not the easiest thing to start with a little twister here, but whatever. So the first things first, when I find a dope signature that I want to replicate, basically just usually with a nib with no ink, or with my finger, or with a pencil with the lead all the way in. I don't want to write on the book. It's just to sort of map out writing it to see. This one's, I'm pretty sure, pretty straightforward. We started here, did the entry, compound curve. That's a very light hairline with this scan. And then the 3 spirals into a shade. Now you'll notice his style of shade for the W isn't our standard coming down on the 52-degree slant line and then getting the shade at the end. It's starting quite high and going all the way around. Now, some penmen, it is my belief that that was their habit and that was the style of stem they used most all the time, whereas other ones stuck to the more of a straight line coming down and a lower shade. So either, this is where we get into assumptions, we'll never actually know, but either this was his style and he always sort of did this stem variation. You can see if it's the same person, he does it. It's used as well down here. Or it was a design choice. Like if it was me who did this signature, for example, I would use a more of what I consider my standard shade on the W, which would be more of a straight line and starting lower. But then he follows the next letter is a Z, which starts shading high and is round shaded all the way from top to bottom. So this W now matches that Z way better than it would if he would have done what I consider the more standard stem stroke for the W. So it's, we don't know if it was a conscious choice to make it that way or if that's just how he writes it. Because when he comes into the R, the W comes around. Also, I'll note, sharp on the top and sharp on the bottom. That is a good thing to note. And he did lift. Oh, did he? Maybe he didn't. That might just be in the printing. This line may not be touching, or it might be touching. It's really hard to tell with this print. But sharp on the top, sharp on the bottom, and a slightly curved line. Not our normal loop into a straight line. It has this nice, this curve, which gives the whole thing sort of a sweeping to the right. Then he has this long oval coming out of it, coming around. Now here, this is interesting, because this wouldn't be a design choice I would choose. But we start with this, when he comes out of the Z, is a compound curve, and it's a rather lengthened compound curve, and though with the print it looks like it ends here, it continues, and it's going... Let me give you guys some, if it'll refocus, I don't know if it'll focus good enough. This close up, this line is right to the left of that shade. So he's going all the way up to the top of that R before he comes down into the stem stroke. And now this shade, as you can see on the R, is more of a standard straight line into the shade. So that we could, I guess that the W is just how he shades the W's. Because if he did a W the more standard way, the W and the R would match. But when he does it this way, the W and the Z would match. So it's kind of picking, picking what you want to do. But this, very, very close to their borderline, like, mistake close. It's very, very close as he comes up and straight down. Similar to how, when I mentioned, I believe it was last week, when I talked about going a lot lower on the entry oval, when people would do the entry oval and they would go super low and come up and then come right back down again, how close those lines get to each other. That's sort of what's going on here. His entry is just off slant from his stem stroke, which is kind of interesting. Then he has the shade, lifts, comes over here, compound curve, another spiral, sort of similar to the first spiral he has here. Tiny little oval. I find it interesting that that little oval doesn't, if it was me, I would want to thread a little oval. Whoops, don't write on your book, Mike. I would want it to go around those two lines. But if you can see, I'm sorry that I can't zoom any closer than we are now with how close my camera is. But he has the little loop to the right of the stem, shading both top and bottom to have a little oval on the bottom or underneath the X or the baseline. And then standard lowercase letters, slight compound curve on the P, which is interesting, matches the ever so slight compound curve on the R. E-R-I-N-G, beautiful ending shade on the G, and then this ending stroke, so he doesn't give it an ending flourish that's connected to the G at all. He gives this ending flourish here, which was used, well, on this page specifically, and on a lot of these pages. I'm assuming this section of the book, a lot of them were done by the same penman. Unfortunately, I don't know who that is. Sorry. I could probably figure out. But they would use these non-connected flourishes on the end to add a little bit of weight to help sort of balance the whole thing. Is the audio off? I can't tell because I don't see exactly what you guys see. But if it's off, let me know and I can maybe offset it a little bit. Okay. Maybe it could be my internet, or less the internet, my computer also might trip out every once in a while. Unfortunately. She's getting old. So that's this one's pretty standard. The reason, no matter if it's an easy signature or a harder looking signature, I will always go and just give it and it could be with your finger, just with your eye. I tend to use a pointing device of some sort because it's really easy when you're looking at a signature and doing the loops, you get lost and you get dizzy sometimes. No, but it's good to actually follow the lines exactly where they're going to see. Because sometimes there's some strokes in there where you think, oh, he could have done this stroke before this stroke, or which one did he do? Unfortunately, a lot of the times with the scans that we have, we don't actually know how some of the more complicated ones were done. So it's a little bit of a guessing game, but they are educated guessing. And most of the time when we don't know exactly which order they were done in, it's not usually a case that it really matters. It's just he did this, but if somebody else did it another way, it amounts to the exact same thing in the end, basically. But this one's standard, W to the Z, and then the R is not connected, ending stroke. So now we get to the recreation. And this is where we do what I talk about quite a lot, where it's turning specific strokes from this signature into drills, which is how to train your muscles to do the whole signature. For me in this one, I can tell right off the bat, because I'm not super warmed up, this first entry stroke is going to be a drill. I'm going to have to do that to get it in my muscles a little bit. And then the connection from this up and down for the W is pretty standard. If I want to add the slight shade on the downstroke like he did, that might just take a little bit of focus control, but that's okay. And then this next stroke going from up, down, and up into the Z, and into the Z continuing all the way through into the beginning of the R stem. That's going to be one stroke that I'm going to want to practice to get it in my system. And then this one here, because he's starting the R with the compound curve into the double loop before coming around, that itself is going to be one that we're going to practice. And then lowercase letters, sorry, I'm not going to focus too much on the lowercase letters. I'm going to write them just basically how I write lowercase letters, which isn't terribly different, but I am just going to follow getting the shade on, or try to get the shade on the G, and then practicing this ending stroke, which a lot of this ending stroke, the training we're going to need for that one, we're going to already have basically done for this R, because they're pretty much the same thing. It's just a matter of cutting that off and getting the shade to look nice on that side. So that's basically it. 1, 2, 3, 4 drills is what I'm going to break this down into, and then go for it. So I will put that off to the side so I can see it. Where's my phone? I don't need my phone to be here. All right. Sorry, that was a lot of talking. Thoughts about that Z enters into the R? Were you here, David, when I talked about that one? It's fascinating because it looks out. You guys aren't going to be able to see this focus, but I want to look really closely at this one because there is a little snag. If you have this book, I would recommend grabbing this page. Because the way it ends up working, it's a compound curve, but either because of the printing or because, maybe he lost his hairline for a sec, this compound curve does come slightly to the left of the shade. It exists until I can see it until it gets right there. At that point, it disappears. So either I would assume that his goal in his mind was continuing all the way through, because it doesn't make sense to me that he would go up into the R without planning to go just to the top of that R. It doesn't make sense to cut it off in the middle. If you were going to cut it off, I personally would want to cut it off below, so it doesn't have the potential of interfering with that shade, which right now it definitely does, because it's there's a hairline and a shade less than 1 millimeter apart, which is very dangerous, because if you got any closer, the ink we all know what happens when the hairline gets too close to the shade. You get you get the ink blowout. But he definitely goes all the way up to here. So it would be my guess that one of two things. He was going all the way up and just finished like super on the move and just lifted as he got up there, and he happened to get that high and then lifted his pen, or then redropped his pen again just up to continue the R. Or as he was going, he did go all the way up to go into the R, and he just lost his hairline on the top bit there. Or something happened when the plate was printing. More likely, I would say the most likely thing would be number one. I think he probably did that compound curve and probably went and just like lifted on the fly really quickly, and it just happened that he lifted there, and then he just dropped his pen to start the R. So there is probably an intentional space there, but to be honest, I find it a silly choice because that hairline being so close to the shade is just kind of bizarre. But that's what it is. So now we, recreating the signature, get to decide. This is where, for like proper training, I would probably do what I feel. I would do it different. I would either go all the way up. I don't know what I would do, to be honest. It's weird having the compound curve go all the way up there. Or you challenge yourself, and what the Sigsling and Sunday challenge sort of started out as being was recreating, no matter what the signature was, recreating it exactly like it was written in that example of it. So in this one, I would try to get that hairline and that shade that close together, which is what we're going to try to do today. Granted, we're not going to take the time to drill and perfect all of these motions, but we're going to get as close as we can without taking a ton of hours to do it because I don't want to bore anybody. All right, so now what you could do, these drills could be done in pencil. I'm going to go straight to ink because I like working in ink. But if you're new to sort of movement and putting together signatures, you could go in pencil and just do, for example, that first W. I can't get both on the page at the same and screen at the same time, unfortunately. I'm going to zoom out a little bit here, though. So what I would recommend if you're not super comfortable doing quick signatures and putting stuff together like that really fast, I would work in pencil. I would sort of draw one first, so you get an idea of. Let me erase that other one. Start from fresh. You have to leave. Oh, Vincent always has to leave. Cvic's not in for the Glolo times these days. But what I would do, I would draw. Notice I say draw instead of write. I'm drawing slowly this rather long extended entry oval into the compound curve, noticing that it crosses right after where that line started. Compound curve. And then it gives me a quick turn. And then this just loops around in a spiral 3 times and gives me my shade, which ends about here. So this goes nice and long, shade in there. And that shade is nice and long. So I would draw that so I have an idea of what's going on. You're not late, Danielle. Don't worry. This book is Michael Sauls, yes. Volume 2. And I don't have a scan of this specific signature. I don't know what scrapbook or whatnot it's in. So if you don't have that book, sorry. Next time I do this, I'll do this again and I'll pick some signatures and I'll post them on the Discord so people can go in there and see what we're going to be working on for the day. But today was very unplanned, so I'm just diving right into the book. But that's how I would do that. I would break that down so I understand where everything's going, and then I'm going to go straight to ink and just start trying to get that spiral. Nice and quick. Oh, drop my eraser. I should say the one thing I do not do, and this is just a me thing, I probably should, but the one thing I don't do when I'm replicating signatures, I never really worry about the angle. Some penmen we know wrote 52, some wrote 48, some were somewhere in the middle, some wrote 45 degrees. I just I write them at all at my natural slant. Unless the signature specifically looks super angled or super upright, some signatures out there are very upright and you can tell right away, then I will sort of try to make it more upright or more angled. But for the most part, I just stick to my natural slant. That way, doing the signatures isn't going to mess with my own natural flow. It's going to add to my own training. If I wanted to be exact and perfect, I would measure the angle of what this penman was writing, but it's not that serious. And when I do the Sig Sling and Sunday challenge, it's not that serious for me. I don't break it down quite that much. You could. I feel bad for the people on the East Coast that are... It's the middle of the night. I get... not hate messages, but I get messages all the time. People are unhappy that my lives are either way too early in the morning or too late at night for most people. So this is how this would normally start. This is not a super complicated one, so I could probably go straight into a shade, but just because in the spirit of warming up and whatnot, I'm going to do this a few times just to get the shape in my body. You can see I'm dipping this down a little bit low, so I got to try to flatten out that entry. I can never express how beneficial or important it is to critically pay attention to what you're doing all the time, like how I just did a few and noticed that this was low. That noticing isn't a negative thing. It's not, oh, like I did that entry oval bad. I messed up that entry oval. It's just noticing, oh, my entry oval's different. It's not bad. It's just different than what I'm trying to go for. Criticism is not negative. I know criticism sounds negative, or a lot of people give it like a negative connotation. Messing up and all that. It's not negative. It's just noticing and making changes. Virtual high five to the East Coast late night owls. Okay, tell you what. Let's dive in. Let's try it. It's basically a 5 count if we wanted to do it with rhythm. There we go. Not too bad. Whoa, too big. Got a little out of control there. You used to be always here in the Night Owl Life. You're getting old, Zivik. You're getting old. Okay, so that's, I mean, number one, stroke number one is doable. We're not to the point where it's perfect every time. Here's a classic, what I do habitually. You can see how this straightens out for a second before it goes into the stem instead of being rounded. It takes work for me to remember to keep that rounded spiral. I did a better job on the first one, but to keep that rounded, because that goes against my habit, which is why it's a good way or a good thing to sort of train like this, because it breaks us of our natural habits and tendencies. But we understand the flow of that one and how it works. So now we're going to go into the second one, which is our undercurve. And then we have a slight, I'll draw it first, we have slightly rounded and ever so slightly shaded as well. And then, like I said, because of the printing, I can't really tell. Either he lifted after that line or stopped and then came right beside it, because they're not touching at the bottom. Or, and this is, I feel like it, the way I would want to do it is it continues going as it's coming down to get that slightly rounded bit. I don't remember if it was last week or the week before that. We talked about the slightly rounded bottom stroke, and it's just the printing that made it not be there. Rappa Civic. Uh-oh, don't add to your nickname here. G-Pop Civic. All right, so we have under curve, slightly curved downstroke. I'm going to try to do this continually, so it's going to just be slightly round on the bottom, whether that's what he did or not. But it's ever so slight. It's probably going to end up being pretty sharp. And then he comes up. How high? Okay, so he just comes up, as you can see. It's relatively shallow. He doesn't come up super high. Normally, I feel like a W would come up higher than what he does, but his is very long and extended. So we have a long, extended horizontal oval that comes up about halfway to go around all the way here. I might have to go to whole arm movement to do this stroke because it's big. Comes here, it just kisses the edge of this little guy. Oops. Comes around over top of that sharp top of the W, and then long curve, shade starting at about the top of the W, shading in for the Z. That needs to be more angled, but now does he stop on the Z, we wonder? This is another one where there is a slight break in the printing. He could have stopped here and then continued on, which it does say in the books you can do either or. I think I talked about this last week as well. Or you can continue on. I personally am going to try to continue on just because that's how I like to try to do it. It's more difficult, but it hides the pen lifts a little bit more, which I like. So that's going to come around here. No shade on the descender stroke, which is handy. It cuts right in the middle. So this line here is bisecting this oval here almost perfectly in the middle. And then we get into this compound curve that comes up to about there. And then we have the stem for the R coming in there. I'm not quite as close as he was, but that's okay. All right, well, let's work on that stroke in there. So ideally, in my brain, in a perfect world, I would go from this W into the Z, finishing this compound curve. I want to do all that in one flow, if possible. And I don't know, I'm going to try to do it with forearm movement, but I might have to raise my arm a little bit depending on the ending of the W. Or maybe not. Okay, up, down, around. That's about the extent of my movement limit. I'm gonna have trouble when I get to this area already, I can tell, because my arm is, my stretchiness is running out of space. So I might... Oh, if I could wave a magic wand, if there's one thing that I had the ability to do, and I feel like John DeColobus, I think, does this quite well, and other penmen as well, and it's something that I don't do because I'm not good at it, and I don't see myself ever really getting good at it. It's the raising on the fly. If I was using forearm movement and then raising or letting my arm skate a little bit more, that transition from stationary forearm to moving forearm always shows when it either moves to stops or from stationary to moves. I can always see, and it kills me, because if I could do it, then I wouldn't resort to whole arm movement nearly as much as I do. I do a lot of whole arm movement because I can't go between those two things. It's either one or the other. So small things are usually forearm. Anything that gets slightly out of my range, I default to whole arm. And I'm going to raise my chair here just a wee bit. I don't want to use whole arm, though. I want to do it with forearm. Yeah. This point and this point are troublesome. Yep, a lot of people will use, well, also, I guess back in the day, they talk about the hand going in and out of the cuff, or their shirt sleeve a fair bit. I guess their forearm wouldn't stick quite as much, so it wouldn't have that transition, I'm guessing. But so this basically is how what you guys have heard me talk about many times, turning specific strokes into drills. So this is just a drill. You could fill a whole page of these. If this signature was giving you a lot of trouble and you're really trying to nail it down, this is your drill. You do pages and pages of them, just like we do pages and pages of the stem strokes and all those. Any combination of letters and stuff can become a drill. Obviously, I think easier, it's more of a drill when you take the shade out, because then it's a drill of the movement, but then things change when you add the shade. I don't consider it as much of a, it's still a drill, but not as much, because when the shade's in there, you can't just keep doing it over and over again in the same place, because you saturate the paper. So it's still a drill, but it's nice when you can just go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, and just do that over and over again. Getting that movement in your system till it feels natural. And then, or when you saturate the paper, you go start try another one. Like so. This is gonna be also, I'm certain, an issue for me. And that's getting the little loop on the W on the baseline. It is my habit to have that higher, and it is a bad habit. The same thing when I talked about last week, doing a standard W. Getting this all the way to the baseline is something I need to work on. I need to focus on quite a bit. What's going on, Jesse? Welcome to the live. It's nice to have you here. I don't know what time it is for you. Are you staying up late, or are you waking up early to catch the live today? Ooh, welcome, Fozzie. How's lunch? Cvic's still here. I thought he said goodbye like 20 minutes ago. Not that I'm telling you to leave. You don't leave. But I'm glad that you just can't go. Can you do a V Lazarewski signature? Right now, I'm focusing on, I'm recreating some specific signatures, but maybe towards the end, or once we do a couple of these, depending on how long they take to break down. Minnesota, 11:30. Okay, so you're not, I guess it's later, but not terribly later. That's good. What sig is this? This is from Michael Sull, Volume 2, page 492, the WZ rope ring. I don't know who wrote it, and I don't know where it came from, if it's from the Healy collection or what. I just dropped things. I don't know where it's actually from, but the print I have of it is from Michael Sull, Volume 2. Hello, fan from Kansas City. Yeah, you're close to Mike. I'm jealous. I wish I was close to Kansas City. I wanted to go and visit him when he was cleaning out his studio, but I couldn't cross the border back into the US. See, so now that I do it a few times, ending this compound curve right at that point, like halfway through, kind of makes sense. So that feels like that might be exactly what he did. All right, let's try and throw that Z shade in there. I'm still undecided if I want to do whole arm or forearm for this one. Okay, that's the idea. We're a little bit too close down here, and then we need a little bit more of this shape on this downstroke. We're very straight at that point, and then more of a loop on our Z. All right. Is it still on John Neal? I think I honestly don't know. I don't want to answer that question because I honestly am not sure if it's still up there or not. I mean, for all we know, WZ Ropering, a lot of the times in the signature books and in the scrapbooks, a lot of those names are just made up. It might not even be a real person. Sometimes they're just sounds and made up names that they would use for practice. He could be somebody. It's not a name that I know, though. And none of the other names on this page are people that I know. Okay, there's the idea. We got that curve on that downstroke. We got a little bit of roundness on the bottom there into the Z. My Z shade isn't very nice. It needs to be rounded out a little bit more, but what's going on there? That shade's not feeling good for some reason. That was better. Compound curve is a little... My descender stroke is definitely a little long. Alright, we'll do this one more time, and then we'll go on to the next stroke. Okay. My descender. His descender is very much more round than mine, and I like his. I want to try that again, and I want to try to shorten and round out that descender just a little bit. Oh, super exaggerated compound curve, because I was trying to get the descender a little rounder. It's a little round. It's not still pretty long, but we'll call that stroke figured out. It's not perfect yet, but we'll get to perfect eventually one day. Now we're going to go into the R. So the R... Oh, I dropped something. R's are evil. Fozzie, I feel like you think all letters are evil. Oh, show and tell here real quick. Right before we started the live, I just sort of filled half a page of writing earlier, and I don't like the exit stroke, but I got a pretty nice D shade right there that I was happy with. I was trying to iron out, there's this issue, and I see this a lot in my own work, and it's one of the most common issues I feel like I see when people do the capital D, and that's this shape right here, how the shade like blobs out on the left hand side, and I was trying to get rid of that. I got this really nice one in the mix there, and I was proud of it earlier today. All right, moving on into the R. So this is just a very slight compound curve to come down into a stem shade, ideally right to the right of that little hairline that's going up there. So we get that shade, just nothing's connected to the shade. We come over here, compound curve into there. Cool. We don't really have to drill that shade because it's just a stem shade, and we know how to do that already. So we'll work on the flow of the second half of that R. The little spiral. I didn't know, I thought volume 2 was still available. They show up on eBay, but they're silly too expensive on eBay. All right, little slight compound curve into that stem stroke. And then we come way up here, compound curve. How high is he? He's higher than the Z. to there. This continues, staying to the right. Should be a little lower than that, probably around there. And then we just add the shade, coming down an almost straight vertical. Into our shade, or into our oval under the baseline. This is another one, because it goes so high to low, this one hits the sort of my range of movement as well. Whoa, that's not the idea. That's what we want. Okay. That's doable. I did it again. It's so habitual for me to make that oval that goes bisecting the baseline. I never do the oval below the baseline. Gotta work on it. My habits are not always helpful. Okay, well, way too big of a shade. And too long and narrow. We need to round those out a little bit. That's the idea. That one's pretty close. Now, in comparison to his angle, I'm now doing what's habitual to me, coming this last downstroke of the R on my slant line, whereas he's going much more like vertical down the page. So more like I did over here. So I gotta work on that. Oh, they might have sold out. Get your Google on. I did it again. Okay. That one's not. Oh no, that one's better. It's more vertical. It's so hard to not let muscle memory take over. And those shades are too big on the end, but that's okay. That R is definitely doable. And then we have the lowercase letters, which are manageable. And then that ending stroke, which is just this same, again, with a better shade than that, on the end. So that is all of the essential strokes. So we would practice that until those are comfortable. And then we put them all together, which I'm just going to dive in and do that right now. That piece of paper over there. Grab a new sheet of paper. Oh, well, how about that? As per usual, I forgot that I made tea because it was behind me. What's going on, Devin? I'm gonna call Devin the stream ghost. He's the ghost of late night live. Okay. Here we go. Let's just try this entire signature and see how it goes. I'm going to be using whole arm. I have decided. Oh, no need to. I don't have to excuse the question. I like questions. Hunt 101 today. It's totally a way different color than a Hunt 101. It's interesting. Hunt 101s are that like coppery color, but when you use them with iron gall, they turn very black on the end. And after my last writing session, I decided to clean the black off, which normally like you just clean all the residual ink and the metal is just sort of stained black. But I used a Silvo, like a Brasso metal polish to polish away the top surface of the material. So the Hunt 101 totally looked like a pretty clean, no longer shiny, but gray, like a vintage nib. It totally looked like an Esterbrook something. It was fascinating. Now it's back to black because I'm using iron gall with it again. But I'd never done that before. Cleaned a nib with metal polish. It worked. I mean, it got all the excess ink off. Didn't seem to have any negative effects on the nib yet, anyways. Whoa. So he keeps those. His second one is very close. Those are very tight spirals, which I have trouble with. So anytime here, I'm gonna make this explain this. There's been some questions as well on the Discord and stuff lately, just terminology wise. So all of my movement when I'm doing capital letters, all is propelled by my upper arm, my back, and my chest is basically what's driving my whole arm. Anytime you hear me say whole arm movement, the only thing that's touching the table when I do it is the very side of my little finger. It's sitting right there on the page, and sometimes the very, very tip of the next finger as well. Sometimes, not always. But the whole arm is off of the table entirely, other than the finger. Everything else is just floating. Sometimes this skin will touch, but just slightly, obviously, like no pressure or anything like that. But that's whole arm movement, where all of this is free to move around wherever it wants to. I normally use whole arm movement when I am doing signatures, just because it requires, I mean, when you do ovals into other capitals, you take up a lot of space, and my arm doesn't have the stretch. So I use whole arm. Now, where the confusion comes in is between forearm movement and then what I also sort of call hinge movement a little bit. And what hinge movement is, that's when the forearm is down and you're utilizing the bending of the rotation of the forearm. So there's nothing's being propelled from up here. It's all in the rotation here is what I consider hinge movement. And hinge movement just sort of is something that comes in sort of subconsciously, unless you're doing ascended strokes with the paper turned really far. Like if I was doing lowercase l's or something and I wanted to do them with hinge movement, you can see the angle I go with my paper is way different. But I use this movement instead of my normal push-pull motion. I use that rotation, that hinge, and the sort of annoying part is it's a very, very natural rhythm. So your ascenders are beautiful, but all other letters and forms and strokes don't work really well with that sort, with the page turned with this setup. So it's only utilized in some ascended strokes, but I don't like to turn my page every time I do an ascender. So I use the push-pull motion movement instead. So forearm movement, whenever you hear me say the word forearm movement, it is the exact same as far as how everything's being propelled and moved. Have fun at work. Thank you for popping in. Yeah, thank you for the suggestion. Watch the rest of the video to see the rest of the breakdowns. But forearm movement is the exact same as whole arm movement, except my arm is on the table. So everything's being like this stretchy part, the stretchy muscle right here is stationary on the desk and it is moving around. But the same muscles are what's moving it. Nothing is happening in here. The hinge, like I said, is only happening subconsciously. It comes into play in both whole arm and forearm movement. But whole arm, the only difference is everything is raised, so I have more freedom of movement. Forearm, the forearm is dropped, so I have more control. So if I'm writing smaller, I will usually go with forearm movement. I wish I could do more things with forearm movement because there is more control there. But unfortunately, with signatures and stuff, I like free movement. So I do most things with whole arm because it's non-restrictive. Uh-oh, are we frozen? What just happened? Oh, we're back. Are we back? What's going on? We're good, okay. The question. Would you keep it a little off the table? Off the edge of the table. So as far as the edge of the table, that's basically the same for whole arm and forearm movement. My elbow is always off the edge of the table. In my neutral writing position, which would be like about approximately right here, with the way I'm set up right now, my elbow is the same amount off the table or off the desk, no matter if I was doing forearm movement or if I was doing whole arm movement. Whole arm movement, it's obviously I'm reaching farther and it's going to change more. With whole arm, it can't really do that. It's stuck, or forearm, it's stuck here. But my starting position is in the same spot. My YouTube keeps showing that I'm buffering. It says the connection is excellent, but this just makes me nervous. But if nothing's bad for you guys, then I think we're okay. It just stresses me out when I see the little spinning wheel. It makes me think that something's broken. But I think we're good. It has said excellent connection since we started, so it can't be a big deal, I guess. Sweet. I'm glad it's fine. Sorry, I get nervous. Okay, what were we doing? We're putting this whole thing together, right? And then I messed up on the W. So these little ovals gotta be quite close together. That's better. Yeah. Now we're talking. Not perfect, but better. So the W, I am using forearm movement. It's okay. We'll leave that like that for now. Now we go in from the W into the Z. I'm going to try to do the whole thing in whole arm. My Z is going to go right in here as my traffic point. I'm being aware of that. To the W. Okay. There's a high possibility that he did this first 2 strokes of the W, stopped down there, and then continued. Because that allows your forearm to reset to go into the Z, which is definitely a more comfortable way of doing it than all in one go. Okay, so that line's there. Now we come into our R shade just off of this line. I'm much closer than he was, but that's okay. Or much farther away than he was. The pauses, the neat thing about breaking down signatures, because when I'll explain it or when I imagine in my head, this is how I'm going to do it. And then when I do it once, it sort of doesn't really work the way I wanted to, or some pauses happen almost subconsciously. And there's certain places I pause where I don't want to, and certain places I don't pause where I want to, but there's just habits and whatnot. I ideally like to pause as little as possible, but there are some pauses that mentality is not always very helpful when you're trying to do really nice strokes. Okay, now this little, we're coming all the way down here on the R, and we're not crossing over. So I can't let my habit take over on that part. Too big of a shade on the bottom, but that's all right. That R looks okay. It's decent. It's too far to the right, but lowercase. I'm not going to worry too much about the lowercase today. It's a very sharp little R. I would like to get better at that shaded descender of the G. Don't practice it enough. And then we have this ending flourish just coming around. I didn't do it nearly as big as he did. It should have come all the way under the G, but that's the idea. Now, in hindsight, this line needs, all of this needs to tuck in closer. We got too much air in this general area. The W is okay. This line, this oval can be longer. Can bring it over to here probably, so it's right hitting the heaviest point of the shade of the R. I mean, this came a little bit too far left, but I'm not mad at where it crossed. And then this stroke starts up here more and tucks in. It should basically be on top of the G to spin around to finish there. All right. There's our analysis of what we could do a wee bit better. So now we'll try. Wait, what's happening on Saturday? What are we practicing in our pajamas? Can use a forearm sock? Yes. A lot of people use, I mean, it's just like when people use the hand, people use gloves so they can skate along. Oh yeah, towel. That's, if I lived where Fozzie lived, I would use something to allow, because even, I mean, when it's sweaty or hot here, and it's not that bad here, but anytime it's sweaty or hot, it's unbearable. Before the live, even if I'm out like walking or going for a run, I don't go for runs, but if I happen to be walking or running back from somewhere right before the live, I'll wash my forearm just so there's no sweat or anything here, because any extra stickiness really is bothersome, especially if your desk is a soft leather, which, I mean, my blotter that I'm using here, it's not like a smooth wood. It's sticky-ish when I'm sweaty. So yeah, if you live somewhere that's super humid, there's definitely tricks and gloves and socks and stuff that you could / should, whatever feels comfortable, use to help with your freedom of movement. All right, let's do a take 2 here. Is this the same song playing over and over again, or has it been different songs? I can't tell. Woof. Not very good spirals on that guy. So if I was filming these for like the Sig Singing Sunday challenge, I would start again. I wouldn't continue, but because we're just practicing here, I'm going to continue going. First oval, second, or first and third, we're good. I like the way that shade came out. It's a good one. That second oval got wonk city. Do that. So here's a variation where we stop there. I will admit I wasn't intending to do that, but habitually that happened, just like I just did it like a stem stroke of the W. But now we will continue. Which to some people might have a lot more control to it. I know a lot of people like using or doing the Z like that. Turns out good, slightly less stressful to break it down that way. Too much compound curve, but a nice stem, so it's okay. Right now, this needs to be tucked in. Aha! I wanted this to be longer, but I ran out of, I didn't reset before I did this first stroke, so I ran out of movement. So this ideally should have been about twice that long. And also, it should be way lower, according to his signature. That one is way down here. I can turn the volume up if you'd like. You can't actually hear the music. What? That's unacceptable. Turn it up a little bit. Tell me if that's up too much or not. It's just classical piano. Okay, I like that stem on the G. Now, this has to go on top of the G and around. That's better. All right. I'm going to try this one more time, and then we're going to pick another signature. The volume is the same? Oh, the songs are really, really quiet. But I will boost it again. Let me try this one more time, and then I'll boost it. It's a really quiet song. The non-connected ending flourishes is something that I want to start doing a little bit more. Hey, Suzanne, welcome. Good morning to you. All right. Cool. Not the nicest ovals there, but that's all right. Accidentally added a shade on the Z. I don't know what went through my brain on that R. I got lost. But that's all right. Cool. Shade's too low on the end there, but we got the general idea of that signature. Moving forward, if we wanted to perfect it even more, I would just continue doing what I have been doing that, referencing, looking back at what looks good versus what doesn't look like what he did. For example, Like I got that longer, which is good. It's a little bit, I have too much of a curve on my R right now. Here, I'll put them side by side so you guys can see. Give the camera a wee bit of focus. I don't know if I can get both in the screen. Yeah. Oh no, that's not the one that I did. That one. There we go. So we're close. You can see one thing I'm noticing a lot about these little strokes here. I have this tiny little hook on the end that goes in before the compound curve comes in, whereas his are very long and graceful. So that is something I would need to work on. Obviously, I drooped on both of these strokes here. I went too far down and up instead of he comes in down. So this shade is basically the exact same as these two shades here. So I need to get a little bit more of that. So all of these match a little bit nicer. Lowercase letters are fine. And then obviously I'm shading every single time this ending way too big by accident. Oh. My shoulders are tired, not from writing, they're just tired. Okay, let's pick another signature, shall we? Yes, in his signature, he does loop the upper part. It is a tiny little loop though. Here, I have to erase. I accidentally wrote on my book. Where's my eraser? In pencil. So he does have a tiny little loop here. It's very, very tiny. And it doesn't cross it doesn't cross around the stem, which is what I naturally would want to do. His stays far to the, or not far, but it stays to the right of the stem and is a little loop on that side before the shade down. Tiny, tiny, tiny little loop. Yeah. All right, let's pick another one. Do I want something on this page? Let's go to another page. Just gonna open this up. Let's see what we can see here. Can I explain how to approach it while writing slow? So if you, the approach is basically going to be the exact same if you were writing slow. It's just one thing you can do a lot more than when you're writing quick is referencing back and forth to the other one, because you don't have to worry too much about movement and getting this whole stroke happening in one flow. You can really sort of go and just like make sure I am on the right path. When am I following parallel? When am I not following parallel? I always recommend, just like in PZ Blozer's book and what I did earlier at the beginning of this live, drawing each one of those shapes. So you draw it slowly and you can look and be like, cool. Because you need the image of it up here at least a little bit. Ideally, like when I go to film a signature, once I've worked on it and feel like I've perfected it as much as I'm going to get it, to put it on Instagram or to put it into the challenge or whatever, by the time I'm setting up my camera to record it, it's in here. There's not really much thought that has to happen while I'm doing it. Because in movement writing, there's no time to think. It just has to kind of happen. So you have to have that image in your brain of what you're doing. When you're writing slow, that's not quite as important. You can go and you can sort of create that image as you go. You can follow the lines. You get time to think, which is what Mike Saul has talked about this quite a bit. When he's flourishing, I'm jealous of, like, I wish I could get the smooth lines I get when I use movement slowly, because designing things slowly is so awesome, and you have time to go, oh, there's space over here. All right, let me find a way to get over there to fill that space. So you basically have time, is what I'm saying, to concentrate on everything. But the approach to it is the same. It's just gonna be a little more lenient as far as practicing everything. But I would still break down each section and do it in pieces. You don't have to. You could do it all at once, but I like breaking things down just because it's like taking smaller bites when you're eating. It's easier to chew, easier to consume, easier to understand, and then you put it all together at the end. All right, I've never really noticed this signature before, but I feel like I want to try it. I'm pretty sure this is by the same penman. I wish I knew who these were by. I really should. I'm certain I could text Skylar or somebody and they would know exactly who these signatures are by. But I'm going to do this one. N.S. Bauer. Bauer. N.S. Bauer. Now. Hello, James. Welcome. We are breaking down signatures today. I'm picking random signatures from Michael Solve Volume 2. Because in October, I'm going to do another segment piece of the Sigsling and Sunday Challenge. And Mohamed had asked if I would go through sort of the process that I go through anytime I try to recreate something. So that's what we're doing. We're about to start signature number 2, which I've never done this one before and I've never really noticed it. It doesn't look super complicated. It's just going to get used to doing that S, but the whole thing is pretty similar. I'm assuming the same penman because it has the same exit stroke as the last signature did. Oh yeah, breaking down into pieces makes everything easier to understand. Yeah, this is referred to, I believe, as the long S. Every time I see a long S, I say, I don't need to use more long S's in my design work. And I never do. I don't think I've ever used one even once in all the signatures I've designed over the years. And I love it. It's just not something that I ever think of. It's always a hindsight thing. Like, oh, that would have worked in so-and-so's signature. But I never use them. Ooh, or should we do... I like this one too. I also want to get this W. I want to be able to do that. Here, we'll do N.S. Bauer first, and then we'll do P.W. Quincy, just because I want to work on that W. It's a very unique letter form, and I want to get better at it. Better. I don't really use it, so I want to get good at it for the first time. All right. Oh, wait. In the book here, we'll talk through the breakdown the same way we did on the first one. So this signature starts with... Put up a post-it. Use more long S's. I need to. They are Courtney-esque. They might be Courtney. I don't know. I'd need like Skylar or... I don't know. There's people out there who would know who these are. I have no idea. A lot of them aren't perfect. Like, there's some of them in here that are not... I mean, they're good, but there's a lot of imperfect forms. He might still be in town. I know he was yesterday. I know he wanted to get everything he was doing there done in one day. Because Chin was at pinball last night, and I asked her if she took Skylar, but she said no, he was working because he wanted to get everything done. Psh, pass on lunch. Priorities, James. If I come to town, you're not allowed to skip out because you're busy. Not allowed to be busy if I come to town. That's a rule. Not a rule. Okay. This signature starts with a standard compound curve, round. Again, these aren't perfect. Not the best oval form going into the N here, but standard entry stroke to the N. Easy peasy. We have the N, rather spaced out. Again, not the most beautiful N, but this oval coming out of the N is perfect. Nice and round on that side. Horizontal entry stroke to there. And that's probably a stop point. Dip to get more ink or just stop to recalibrate. The Then he has this shade going into the long S. Now, what I like about this shade, and it's why I also want to do the W, the next signature, unlike the way I start with shades, they usually have a relatively sharp top to them. His is nice. His is quite round, which means he's here without ink, which means he's moving as he's pressing down, but not. It's speed enough where he's getting round this way. Like that, in my opinion, takes a lot of either it's completely innate and it just happens, or the control required to get that type of a roundness. Oftentimes you'd get this type of a roundness, or not, you'd get this type of a going into the thick stroke, or you just get straight lines going into the thick stroke. It's quite difficult to do it on the move and get that nice round top. You see, even there, I have it slightly pointy on that top bit. So to get that nice and round is something I want to work on, because I think it looks quite pretty. All right. So then he has this round oval into the compound curve, and the S following parallel-ish to this line here from the N into another compound curve. Now we have, again, why I'm pretty certain it's the same penman, the same way he came out of the Z on the last signature. We have this compound curve lifting, and this way it goes all the way to the top, which is why I kind of feel like that was his intention with the Z too, to do the stem for the R. This time we just have a stem to the B. So that's basically the same as the other one. So the first one, we already know that movement. The second one, the N into there, is pretty standard. We don't really have to practice that one, but that could be a drill if we wanted it to be. Then this is the one that's going to take me the most amount of work. But really, it's just a big figure 8, so it shouldn't feel too crazy. It's just going to be adding that shade and that shade in the right spot. I think this shade is the part that's going to give me the most trouble. Then we have our stem stroke, which is, don't dip, this is not a paper you write on. Then we have our B. Now the B starts the same way he started the R, with this compound curve, kind of a funky shape on the top of the B here. It gives this angled oval, kind of angled up. It's kind of an interesting one. Slight shade, but not really. Shade on the bottom and around. So a standard exit to the B. A little bit of shade, but that's just because of speed. And then our, like so, and then our same exit stroke that we had on that one. I'm not sure if it was intentional this time. Before there was this shade, and then his second shade was much bigger. This time the second shade is very, very subtle. Yeah, all right, well, let's just dive right. This one should be, I feel like this one will be much easier than the last one. The last one wasn't super difficult either, but I feel like this one has mostly pretty standard strokes that we're used to already, with the exception of that S. So we start with the compound curve into the N. Here's something to note, because we're assuming it's the same penman as the last W. Remember when we talked about, was he making the W match the Z, or was the round shade on purpose choice, or is that just his habit? In this one, the N would use the same stem as the W, but in this one, it's not completely rounded like he rounded the W. It is slightly more of it matches the B slightly more than how the W matched the R, which is interesting. It could be habits at play, but even if you look up here as well, this M, same idea, the shade starts a little bit lower, matching the F a little bit more. Whereas with that W, it started higher and it was shaded more like the Z. So maybe that was a conscious choice to make it match the Z, potentially. We will unfortunately never know. What I wouldn't give to ask. All right. So from there, we have the N. Where's he going up to? That goes around, cutting through all of those nice and even. Okay. Noting that we get approximately the same amount of space on this side and this side of the N. So everything is nice and spaced out. To come here, then we get that shade and compound curve of the S. And this is where I know I'm going to have trouble finding... Whoa, sorry. Didn't realize I was at a crazy angle. And you guys are out of focus. Sorry. There we go. Getting the proper combination of the distance I have to go for the S, but then also having the S in the right spot so that I can follow parallel to this line. This line might have to end up going a little bit shallower here so that the S can fit here without having to go way over so that there's space for it. That's deceptively non-trivial. That will take some work. Because those are just accidents that can happen really easily. Same here, compound curve around here. Now this one, obviously I went too far to the right, making that S, because now this has to go all the way over to follow. It has to get all the way to there. That is... There's more than meets the eye. Or, yeah, there's more than meets the eye there. That is more difficult than it looks upon first glance. Then we come down into our shade. Standard B shade. From here, everything is pretty standard. We have a little loop staying on the right side. We have a shade. A large exit oval here. With a little accent oval on this side. That's a kind of a tough little, because it's a compound curve, but it happens really quickly off the R. Oh no, that doesn't compound curve. That actually, never mind. That goes up and stops. So that's easier. Okay. All right, now technically his B is going through the first the first little bump of the W, not the second one. That's one to keep in mind if we're trying to be exact. Hello, Darren. Darren Tischer, ladies and gentlemen, the man who created the word up that I say in the beginning of my videos. He is the reason that I say that. I do believe he was the first person to ever say that. Good friend of mine from high school. Okay, that's pretty standard. All right, let's we need to figure out that S. I guess he drops that S way below the baseline. That helps give you space to come there. Yeah, that's how they do that. Okay. So if we do an N... Ugh. Not very good ovals. There are no... I mean, a lot of times they didn't really... They would have written not on lined paper. Or potentially lined paper underneath the paper they were writing on. But a lot of times they would just write. No lines required, because they were basically robots. Whoops, I forgot the shade up here. So this is way too big. Needs to be about there. Ah, we don't need no reference lines. Psh, psh, psh. Pish posh. We had to learn to see it. You could always put, I mean, the book is see-through-esque. You could always put a lined sheet of paper underneath the book as well. And I'm not sure if the book is necessarily printed at exact size. Again, I don't know what scrapbook these originals are from. So I may have seen them in real life, but I don't know if I have or not. So they might not be printed in exact size. There's a good chance they're slightly smaller than what we're seeing on the page. Whoa. That would be handy. The shape of this bee is really weird. Doesn't look weird, but it feels weird. It's like a weird Z. Yeah, the prices for like used or resold Saw Volume 2 and Volume 1 are ludicrous expensive. I would assume they'll be, if they've been reprinted once, I think that means everything should sort of be set up for reprinting. And it's a book that's always going to be in demand. People are always going to want it, so I'm assuming they'll print it again. Okay, so far so good. Not perfect, but the general insanity is there. Yeah. The form of that bee is going to need some work, but... So breaking down of this one, maybe we won't do the W because it's... Maybe I'll see if I can find a more complicated signature in here and we can break down one a little bit different. It seems like most of these ones on these pages by this penman follow kind of the same ideas. So once you've broken down, like once we broke down the first one, a lot of the same, not rules, but the same ideas come into play for all of them. Or most, anyways. We'll try one more time, though. I'm currently using whole arm movement just because my oval's coming doing like the N and out of the B are a little wonky at the moment, so trying to smooth out my movement. Like so, nice and smooth. That one wasn't as smooth. Forgot to add a shade there entirely. Whoops. Pretend shade. Good enough. It looks like a face. Wait, what looks like a face? Oh, the bee. It's... I don't know that I see it as a face. A Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Sig with an H? Why an H? Okay, we're gonna leave this one as it is. We didn't get it perfect, but the general idea is there. Now, all that would require is doing some of those broken down steps a little bit more to get them in my muscles. The one that I'm messing up the most is really the ending of the N, which is silly. I shouldn't be messing that one up. And then I forgot to add the shade on the S, but the S comes out quite natural because it's similar to a regular S, it's just bigger or longer. Always labeling. It's fun. What does the first squiggly bit say? Yeah, this is Walnut today. The first squiggly bit says NS Bauer or NSB. It's quite dark walnut. My black gives me issue on this paper for some reason, so I opted out of using black ink today. Last week it was giving me issues anyways. Good night, Darren. I'm surprised you're still awake. Okay. Let's pick another signature. I want to do that PW Quincy. Maybe I'll do that one later. But it's very similar. And I guess, I mean, that one has nothing tricky, so there's no real breakdown required. It's just learning those letter forms. And I'll work on that W another time. Maybe later. Maybe we'll come back to that one. Let's see. You want something with an H? I want to see if I can find one that's a little bit more complicated in that it doesn't start at the very beginning. I want to find a signature with a little bit of trickery. Not a lot of these signatures have a lot of trickery. This is a doozy. Dennis's signature is a difficult one. This one here. But I don't know that I want to tackle that because it has a D in it. There's A.H. Lambert. We could do that one. It has an H in it. That is a potential. Hello, Claire. It is Walt Disney-esque, that's true. Oh, Mattia. Mataraz was recognizable. I wonder if who was the one that made doing like the first A bigger. I wonder if he's the one that made that popular. Who is this? I wouldn't be surprised. I'm sorry, a few weeks ago, last week, when we were doing, I did 2 weeks ago when I was pretending to be Tower, FL Tower, and a lot of people didn't know who that was, and there's not a lot of his work on the internet apparently. Sorry, I need to try to put together some of his stuff so people can see, but I wonder if this is one of his, because it might not be, but it's not like anything else on this page. None of these signatures are really tricky. One of my favorite signatures of all time, Mr. E.W. Blozer. You know what we could do? Wait, I could fast forward. Fast forward. And by fast forward, I mean turn the pages. We could do loopfers. I don't know if it's tricky, but it's difficult. We could do that one. Oh yeah, it's got some tricky bits in it. Tricky bits. Maybe I'll make a book. I'm going to make a penmanship book called Tricky Bits, and it's just going to be hard stuff. Trick strokes and whatnot. Tricky Bits by Mike. Okay. I'm going to do this. Sorry, Fozzie, that there's no H in Lupfer's signature. But I feel like I'm going to do this one just because it's got some trickiness in it. And I want to do something tricky. Whoops. I bumped the No spelling mistake. I love that. I can't believe I never saw that signature before, but I like that there's that E.A. Lupper signature that he made a spelling mistake. I mean, it wouldn't have been him. Somebody else. I don't remember the name of the penman who wrote it, but... All right, yeah, let's do E.A. Lupfers. So, as always, like we started, this one definitely requires a little bit more analysis before we can write it, because there are some tricky bits. That's gonna be my new term for when signatures get tricky. Tricky bits. Which signature did the loop for signature you did? Which one did you do? On Instagram? You don't post ever, when? I didn't know you did something that I was supposed to try to do. Going to look at your Instagram account, James. Which one? I don't see a Lupfer signature here. Oh, years ago. Helpful. From Is Pete Scrapbook. Is that supposed to say I am Beth? Yeah, okay. Years ago, did you post it on your Instagram? I mean, you don't post very often, so years ago should only be like a page or two down, right? I'm looking through James's. That Kelchner one you did is Banana Pants. Oh, this one. This one is the one you're talking about? This was literally posted in 2018. I don't even think I was doing a lot of vintage signature. I wasn't replicating vintage signatures back then. Sorry. You should have said, hey, Mike, try this. And then I would have. I never used to challenge myself back then nearly as much as I do now. Now I'm a glutton for punishment when it comes to signatures, apparently. And challenges. that my Discord and YouTube Live folks like to give me lately. But that's okay. That's a fun one. And no real tricky bits, just really flowy. Fun. Maybe I'll do that one. I want to pull up the original. Not tonight though, because I don't want to. I guess I could pull up. I have the Iampa scrapbooks on my phone, I think. I could look at it, but I want to do this one first. So, analysis time. First, we figure out where the whole thing starts. So there's some debate. If you see here, if we'd start where the first letter, the E, if we were to start the E, he starts over here, but that stroke ends up being the ending of the A. So he might have started at the top of the A. Focus for you, sorry. He might have started with the A, came down here into the E, and then did the A. Or he might have started with the compound curve of the A, finished the A, and did that. That's probably what I would do. But this is another one of those instances where either way, it doesn't really matter. Like doing it one way or the other can have the same result. Yeah, some is going to feel more easy than others. The thick E ending. Oh, on the one that on the Instagram one. That's a big shade on that one. Anyways. This is a huge little oval on this huge little, whoops, oval right there. But yeah, the way I would do it, I would start with this compound curve into the A. More difficult stroke than first appears because it finishes with this little shade. And I have been told by one person that they didn't actually do that in one stroke, and that I think is baloney because I've done that stroke and it's totally possible to do it and add that shade at the very end. So I like to, it's actually really fun to do. It's just the shape of your oval can get a little messed up as you anticipate for it, so you just have to be careful. But we'll do that A. So that's just gonna be a drill stroke. We're gonna practice getting that one figured out. I love that his dots, his E and A, instead of putting dots at the bottom because they cross so much, he literally dotted his capitals with little circles. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And I've seen the signature lots. I don't think I've ever noticed that before. Interesting. Yeah, because he can't go after the A because he crosses the L through the A. Huh, fascinating. Anyways, do that one, and then this E stroke is going to take some work. Finishing the A around in there. That's going to take a little bit of practice. So that'll be a drill that we'll do. And then we go into the L. We finish the A with this one tiny little shade. Compound curve up. Not stopping, but around. Not a point, but a little loop on the end. Compound curve down. Shade long horizontal oval. And around. He has it on a little bit of a downward slant. I would ideally like that to be horizontal, but that's okay. An emoticon. Are those the eyes of the emoticon? And then, yeah, then we got simple E, super high P, which I like. F, E, and R with this really long, you can tell that was done, I would guess, like wicked fast. Cha-cha! Because of how straight that shade is, like a straight line before it curves over. I'm assuming that was done pretty quick, just like an underline. Okay. So there's some tricky bits in there, but they're pretty relatively easy to understand. Let's now, let's get to breaking them, or to breaking them down into little drills. Who are you? I was thinking about that caterpillar just the other day, and I don't remember why. I've been meaning to watch Alice in Wonderland. I've been in a old movie sort of thing. I think I've watched 3 movies from the like 70s or 80s this week. 80s, I think they were. All of them. The hollow dots are cute. I've never seen those before. I've never seen anybody else do that before. But it totally makes sense. Because you can't dot after the E and after the A because there's no space. There's already a letter there. Who are you? I'll always remember the rhythm of the dog that's tail is a broom. At least I think that's. He might not have that rhythm, but it's definitely a rhythm because he's walking and he has like a little skip stroke. I think, if I'm remembering correctly. I need to watch that movie again. Okay. Let's do it. E.A. Liverpool. Who wrote this? Oh, this is M.A. Albin. I think wrote this one. Okay. Albin was dope. I have one of Albin's lessons in ornamental penmanship from the Business Educator on my website. If you're interested in seeing and reading his take on teaching ornamental penmanship, it's on there. You can check it out. He did some pretty nice work. All right, what did we say? We started with that A. We have to get a nice compound so there's space for the A. And then the hard stop to get that shade. Something like that. His shade is much lower than that, though. That's better. I mean, too much curve up at the top here, but that's the idea for the shade. That's what we want. There's a little bit too much of a compound curve. Oh, so, okay. Noted. Albin is the one that, so maybe he likes cute tick marks, cute little circles. Maybe Albin was just a cute penman. Maybe he was just the ladies' man who did all the cute stuff. This shade is tricky, but, I mean, for the past, like, year, this has been my favorite stroke to practice. Yes. No triangles allowed. Okay. But less compound. I gotta chill out at the beginning. That's the idea. That's what we wanted. Okay, now from there, we have this stroke that comes around. Ooh, I'm gonna have to do this in whole arm, I think. Because it goes way up high. Around. This cuts in the middle. To there, okay. We in focus? There we go. Move the paper. Sorry, was I writing behind my face? Because I have my actual camera, or on the screen anyways, the preview is hidden because my computer can't handle a large preview plus the YouTube preview and the stream at the same time. So I have the YouTube preview, which is about 7 full seconds behind what I'm actually doing. So I don't see, like, I see the screen like I'm in frame, but then when I'm writing, I look up again, I'm totally writing under my face because 7 seconds. Sorry. Whoo, that's scary. Just because it's really big. I made it way too round. It's gonna be tough for me. It's about the same size as this, but he comes up like right here. Which is bananas to me, and it hardly drops below the baseline. Gets like right here, and then it goes up super far. It's like a horizontal oval to then connect into that E. And the super huge shade on the E. I started my shade too early, though, but that's the idea. How does he... That's weird. It's like a horizontal oval. That's so bizarre. Okay. Almost look like shove that N under a rug. You mean this one? Or under my other camera? Okay. Okay. Start again. Slow down. Not a very nice compound curve there, but that's okay. All right, horizontal oval. That's the idea. So one thing to note that I am definitely going to have trouble with. You can see here in his shade, like he has this little oval is nice and horizontal. And his shade basically starts as the cross comes over. And that goes completely against how I've trained myself to be able to do this E shade. My E shades like instantly, but he's shading a little bit later, more on the downstroke rather than up higher, which makes sense and should technically be easier as far as the nib orientation, but I'm not getting the same look because my shade starts like halfway through that little oval. Put the triangle at the end of the E. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Yes, I need to put the little... Did a triangle, or did he just do like... It's like one of those. Beep. Oh, sorry, I'm totally off screen. 100%. When you first said triangle, I thought you were talking about the way all the hairlines are going together. They're making a little space. And I was gonna say, yeah, good luck. There's no way I'm gonna do it tonight. That I'm gonna be able to get it that precise. But I think he just has like a little. I mean, it ends up looking like a triangle, but I think he does it like essentially one of those. If I did it large, like that, and then the hairline is on the bottom of that. So we get that little triangle-ish shape, which is kind of neat. Another thing that I've never really done / noticed before. I wonder who he got that from. Or if that's just his style. It's like Dr. Joe posted a signature from somebody earlier today, and you can tell, like, without a shadow of a doubt, that person was trained by or was just influenced by CC Kanan, because the whole signature was like, oh, that's Kanan did that, but it wasn't Kanan, it was somebody else. It was obviously just inspired by. Okay, tea's gone. Oh, I'm sad. Out of tea. I need like a magical tea machine that keeps making me tea. Yeah, go check out. Joe posted it out on Facebook. Within the past couple of days, he's been posting a lot of old specimens from some of the lesser known penmen. Like I didn't recognize the name of this penman he posted, but the signatures were highly CC Kanan esque. Just like I feel like was it HP Lemon? No, Len. What's his name? Lenman. Anyways, a penman who is Facebook, who is highly inspired by Berensmeyer, for example. I think, anyways, their work is similar to my eye. I wonder if my work is similar to anybody. I don't think so yet. I don't think my work is close enough. Okay. Stroke 1. I have to try to shade. Shade the E a little bit later. Yeah, Lemons. I want more of his work. I saw so much of his stuff in the New York collection when I was there. He's dope. I had never, like, he's in some of the books, and apparently he produced a book. I've never been able to find it, but he apparently has a book. But his writing was very delicate and clever. His business penmanship was really, really nice. And I liked his, like, he did heavily shaded work as well and flourish work, but I mean, what did you consider it? Maybe Lady's Hand, Spencerian Lady's Hand. It was just very subtle. Some of the letters, they're in the scrapbook that I sent you, James. A scrapbook that, sorry for everybody else, I'm working on digitizing and getting up to share. Okay. So this has to go, this should be a little bit higher, but okay. Just do it. Stop talking. Just do it. Oh! What did I do wrong? Oh, I thought I did it. I really thought I did my E better, but nope, I just did a smaller version of what I always do. Darn it. Ooh. Watching YouTube live at the office, you rebel. Okay, let's move on, though. We get the idea of those. Basically, what I have to do, this has to be higher, this has to be higher, and this has to be a little bit lower. And then I have to somehow figure out how to do that E shade later. That's so weird. The E shade is hard enough on its own. Okay. Then from there, okay, we go back into relatively easy to understand mode. We have a little bit of a shade. And then compound curve into the L that goes quite high. Oh wait, here we also have a dagger. I don't use those very often. Compound curve into an L nice and tall. That doesn't stop. To come around here. The shade, okay. Around there. Ooh, that's gonna get busy in there if all the hairlines aren't in the right spot. And then huge exit oval. Ugh, that's not a very good shade on the L. This needs to be way more compounded. Okay. Very rare to see a P that is shorter or that is longer than an F. That's an interesting choice. Large shade, and then this very fast, something like that. So this has to be long enough that you have room for that ending oval. This has to go like way over here. Wow, that's big. All right. It's a doozy. This would be a fun one to to really, really get good at. All the shade up in here. When I taught in Poland, they coined the term shadist. Throwing shade and stuff like that. We had a lot of random shade terms. Okay. I'm going to try this one more time, but I'm at the end of my paper, so it might not work out very good. Okay, there we go. We got that one higher, which we needed to do. And this has to go right, basically almost touching that one. And then down to come way up there. Okay. It's in my mind. Now, is it in my hand? Probably not, but we'll try anyways. Not bad. Better. I mean, weird shape on the E, and this is still... This needs to come around here. It goes too far to the left, but... That's better. Starting that shade so late is so weird. I'm still not getting it. It takes so much focus. Okay. Nope. Darn it. I didn't mean for that to end. I took too much space. All right. New page of paper. That ending triangle is just a little... It's a... I mean, that's an easy little stroke. It's just a little tick mark. Slim Shady. I can't call myself Slim Shady until I go on a diet. Sorry. Oh, the end of the A, that is, like I said, there was, I don't remember who it was, but years ago, I was working on that stroke, and somebody was like, no, they totally didn't do that. They drew that in. It's like, no way. They totally did it real. I've spent a lot of time trying to get that, specifically because of the, oh, do I have it? In my new home? I used to have it within arm's reach of my desk at all times. Do I have it now? Come in. I think I do. I should, unless I misplaced it. Yeah, because of this. That one. Because of the amount of hours I've dedicated to... I mean, one day I hope to replicate this letter. I usually get to... that O, and then I have to start again. But Friends of Penmanship I've written many, many, many times to try to write it exactly like it is here. And that little thing is there. So I've gotten... No, you wouldn't have to draw it. The key to how I do it anyways. Oh, I should put this properly away so I don't lose it in my shuffle of papiers. This is the blue folder, the blue leather folder of guide sheets and inspiration. The pieces I print that I think are inspiring. But the key to that one is... It's like twofold. If you focus on the little switch at the end, what happens is you'll get this... you'll be coming around here, and your form will go... And you'll lose the nice oval. Like what makes the one on Friends of Penmanship so good, in my opinion, is that it continues this perfect, as if it's gonna go all the way around like this, but at the last second, it creates another oval that would come down here. So it creates like this implied oval, and then just stops like right here. So it doesn't have like a quick, a harsh hook on the end, which is what happens, I think, when most people try to replicate it at speed. So you have to, you like trick yourself. In your brain, at least this is how I do it. I convince myself that I'm doing this stroke, that I'm continuing. Oh, I'm all over the place right now. But then at the last second, trying not to anticipate it too much, you change that mentality into doing this, into doing a spiral, and then you just stop. you just press down and you put on the brakes. Uh-oh. What's wrong, internet? Oh, we're back. Yeah, then you just put on the brakes. So as you're going... see, I had a little bit too much of a hook on the end. That was totally behind my face. Sorry. But I have a little bit too much of a hook. It should be a little farther to the right. Let me do it again. Not behind my face. Like so. And you could do it slower as well. Like it's just coming around and stopping. And the flat end is finishing just like how you do a P. Just like when you come down and you lift quickly to the left. It's the same thing. The kicker for me though, like this is the shape. Did my camera move? I feel like I'm always in a weird place. This is the shape I want. Every once in a while, this turn gets a little harsh, but I want this nice rounded bit. But it's totally possible. If I can do it, then guaranteed they did it on the fly. For sure. I don't think they drew it. They might have perfected the shade a little bit, but I think they just did it. In this specific example, he curls... It's actually more like this one, but his ending stroke is actually at an angle. So he lifts like up, which is kind of interesting. But it's totally a doable stroke. But it does take some practice, I have to say. I worked on it for quite a bit, just because I was determined to write that F that way, so I could have the way it was supposed to be. The pylons moving the camera. I found the missing Lego piece just like a couple days ago. The missing one arm was on the leather table in my room somehow. This is the most lit place on the internet. Welcome, Pamela. Oh, you think it's lit now. Wait, if we make it to midnight, then you'll see what lit is. If we do it. We haven't made it to midnight. I've been tired. So we haven't made it to midnight in 3 or 4 weeks? I think 3 weeks since we hit a midnight. Something like that. "40 minutes. Oh, thanks for hanging out, Claire. You're very welcome. Okay. I gotta do this signature. I do not understand. I gotta do just a couple E's. I don't understand how he does that. Well, no, that's a lie. I do understand. I just can't do it. He starts that shade so late on the E. Like that. Just do that, Mike. That wasn't hard. That was super smooth and easy. Stop trying so hard. Why can't... Like, that's a really good E. Okay. Okay, Mike. Do it again. Again, you did it. Okay. So the issue... Smiley face. The issue is doing it after the A. But I could... Like, that is exactly where I would want that shade to be. Shade-wise, that's the goal. Okay. Well, I can do it. Twice. So I should be able to do it. There's no reason I can't. Let's give ourselves a little more space, so we're not retracing our strokes quite so much. I'm still compounding that way too much, but not what I wanted. And this A looks ugly. I went way too long there. But that's... Oh, wait. Then we have our little... Where did they go? Right in the middle? Oh, his is... Okay. This needs to drop lower before it goes into a compound. Because this little circle is on the wrong side of that thing. But that's alright. That's not a bad signature. Not perfect, but if I didn't know I was copying that one, I would be happy with this one. Okay. Okay. One more time, and then I think I'm going to pick another signature. I need to get that E like I did up here. And I need to curve less on the A. Wait, don't you have your Sol Volume 2 beside you following along, Fozzie? I totally forgot what I was doing there for a sec. Oops. So my A is too short in this instance. You don't have that book? What? I just assume you had it. Okay. Sorry. So crazy how big this needs to be. Or maybe my ovals just have, or my lowercase letters just have to be smaller. I'm not getting enough of a horizontal oval on this A. It's going too far to the right. Okay, one more time. Oh, sorry. I just assumed you had it. I figured Mike would have brought it on one of his trips for people to purchase. But I guess not. I think I got one of the last ones that was for sale from like the original print because mine was in rough shape when I bought it. I mean, it was definitely looked at. It was the cover is all like mangled, and that was mangled and damaged before I got it. Chin has a gorgeous leather-bound copy of 1 and 2 together. So nice. I'm jealous. And she got it for a really good price a long time ago. Super jealous. The vintage books? What vintage books? Okay, one more try. I know I keep saying that. One more decent try. Smaller. I'm making it way too big. Eh. Nope. Eh. That first attempt, that first full attempt was the best of the 3, but that's good, good practice. All right, let's pick another one. Oh, those ones. I don't actually have a copy of the Madaraz book, unfortunately. I need to get one. I was silly and never grabbed one. I have Canans and Fascinating Flourishing. Oh! Sorry, everybody. I need to crunch for a moment. My body's seizing up. Okay. New signature. Should we try to find a tricky one in here? Let's zoom out again, see what we can find in this book. Kanan's book is really dope. There's some great study material in that book. All right. W.C. Brownfield. Nothing fancy there. I guess I could try to get Iamphith Scrapbook and try to do the one James wants to do. Oh, wait. Oh, I feel like, whoa, whose are these? This might be Berensmeyer or Keltzner. I would be willing to bet if James is still in here, he might know. They look like one of those two. All right, which one of this do I... This is crazy. What is happening? Okay. Easier than it looks. That second one down on the left is a nope. This one? Or this one? This one? Second one down, not including these was what we're saying? Jeepers. This is banana pants. I like that entry though. That's really cool with the Kentner is the last name. W or CW Kentner. Whoa, that's a dope R. CE Ransom. That one's really cool. Ooh, the R into the E. I like that one. That one's very squished. LC Kennedy. These are dope. Who did these? They could Flickinger? No, I feel like it's Kelchner or Berensmeyer. I feel like it has to be one of those two. Which one do I want to do? Which one do I want to do? Which one do I want to do? I'll let you guys vote. I want to do between A.E. Merchant or C.E. Ransom. Between these two. What sort of E is that? This one? The E is kind of hidden in the top of the R. It's tricky. This is bananas though. But I like... Right, Pamela says C.E. Ransom. I think Maryland number 2 means this one, C.E. Ransom. Fozzie says Rail. Okay, C.E. Ransom it is. Alright. We'll do that one. Okay. Sweet. Let's zoom in. Oh. I think I need a different camera lens that lets me get a little bit closer. It is a really nice C. I concur. So, nothing really tricky, but there's some fanciness going on. 28 minutes. You're not supposed to remind me. I'll cut it off. I think the last, 3 weeks, I've cut it off, right before midnight. Sorry. I feel like a jerk when I do that. Okay. So this is another instance where the first and second stroke of this one could be sort of interchanged. You could either start with this first entry, this first weird oval, not weird oval, but this first oval, and then do the C, or I would be more inclined to start with the C into the R. I would probably start here, go into the C, do the whole thing, and then come back and throw this in at the end. Just my, that will be my inclination. But you don't have to do it like that. It's like the traditional capital E or capital A entrance as well. I always do that after the A's done already. I know some people do it first, like an actual entry oval, but... Alright, but yeah, I would start here. We have an angled oval, shade. That's a beautiful shade. Also, I love that these two shades match basically perfectly, so that'll be something to shoot for. Go up, give ourselves a little bit of space. So that's one stroke that we will practice doing. Get that nice C with, or get that shade placed in the right spot. And then stroke number 2 is the doozy of a stroke because there's no real place to stop. So from there, this is like the rest of the whole signature. Comes down, shade, up, compound curve, shade, loop, no shade, tiny little oval, down. Both of these have no shade, so that definitely helps, or it's going to help in execution. This little loop is being threaded by this second line of the R and not through this first one, so that's important to note. It comes down, vertical, to come around. Another with this almost vertical oval as it comes up to then follow parallel around to get the little loop of the E. Now, I'm wondering if he meant to cross all the way in there. I guess he kind of had to get all the way in there in order for this shade to fit without going through the E to shade that to bring this down below. Wow, that is a complicated stroke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's gonna be the main practice, but it's very tight in there. I think ideally I would want a little more space after the C so that the E could fit just a little bit more. I like that it's close to the C, but I don't know that I would want it to cross right where it is. But then again, if this is any farther over, this might not be able to follow parallel. It might have to be the way it is. We'll find out. And then a standard lowercase letters. Weird, his entry to the A is fully going into the middle of the A instead of the top. So the entry was not even at all connected. You could do the A and then do an entry into it, but his entry seems hella disconnected there. Hella. Ransom. And then this little at the end, which, putting that shade, even if I do all this perfect, there's a good likelihood I will mess up that that shade, unfortunately, as we've previously discussed. Okay, well, let's drill it up. I have to expand my classical playlist. It's very repetitive. I think there's only probably 6 or 7 songs in there. Not like the one we listened to the past couple weeks that has a ton of songs in it. I'll download some other ones for variety in our classical lives. Okay. First, that C. We gotta see if we can do that C shade so nice. It's basically the same shade that I got on that E. If I could just do that every time, we'd be laughing. Get some focus going. Shablam. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try to nudge the R ever so slightly over to the right, just to give the E a little bit more space. See, I say that, but the opposite might also happen, in all likelihood. But first off, let's get the C shaded, and then with a C with a long, extended exit undercurve. I mean, that's the idea, except this should go here. But as far as shade placement and everything, I'm not mad at that at all. I think you missed the tick on the E. What? Oh, on the last signature. Tick, oh yeah. Go back and do my daggers. One more. Okay, so just my entry was off, but that's fixable. No problem. Whoops. That's not how that's supposed to end. The entry stroke, anytime the entry for a stem like this, anytime things have the first little loop, or with the E that has these first little loops in either direction always have messed me up since the very beginning of my penmanship journey. It's something I've never got the hang of. How they connect. It requires so much thought, and I get stressed out, and then things like forgetting to add the shade and whatnot happen. Isn't there a long entry? There is, but the long entry, it's not actually connected. this entry stroke here, it's not connected. It stops right here. So it is my guess that he did the C and did everything and then came back and did the compound curve into the oval at the end. That's how I believe he did it. Or he did an entry oval up like this and then lifted his pen and did the downstroke for the C. But I'm going to do that stroke at the end because it is, and again, it could be the print, but there is a slight bit of weight on this downstroke. So I think he did that as a downstroke this way after the C was already written. Is my understanding, or is my guess anyways. That's how I'm gonna do it. Because it's less targets that you have to hit if I do it that way. Okay. That was right, except for the exit stroke. This has to... I'm not used to finishing my C's on the baseline because I always do the exit stroke. So that's not good. I have to finish this on the baseline and go up there. Okay. Easy fix. No problem. We're getting there. The shades are coming out nice. That's the important part. There. That's the idea. That might be really squishy though. But then from there we go into this crazy R stroke. And the R it's on the baseline, which is going to be a challenge for me. How many times is this curve? Shade 2. Whoa. This is one heck of a stroke. Yeah, I'm going to have to turn this into a drill after I try it once. Get that first line. Ideally, I won't stop there. And this doesn't cross over there. Okay. Possible. So this has to be a little more horizontal. It's a little too angled. And they need to be a little tighter. But all in all, we can do that. Oh, and then this goes way too far to the right. That weird vertical oval. I'm surprised we have had to do 2 of these today. That C needs to be a little bit, or the E needs to be a little bit lower. Okay. And then we would have this at the end. Okay, we can do that. Off to bed, Marilyn. Okay, if you insist. Thanks for hanging out, Marilyn. Have a splendid evening. Sweet dreams. Okay. I'm actually surprised at how close. I mean, that got relatively close. Here we go. Again. Still so squishy. Whoops. Need to bring that up higher too. Go almost to the height of the C. Can't cross through that. I have to make the R. My R is too tall. Try again. This is an interesting combination. give myself more space. But I'm actually, the amount of space here is kind of okay. I'm fitting, I mean, it's not the most beautiful E, but I'm finding the space in there, which is good. It's not feeling super squished. So maybe we'll just keep that the way it's coming out of the pen. Maybe. Okay. There we go. Whole arm, switching to whole arm movement for this next part. Shoot. Wow. That has to finish. Oh, it's because this exit stroke of the R barely goes below the baseline. That's so weird. And then that way this has room. It's amazing how everything makes sense when you figure it out. Oh, well, that's how that works. There's no room because I did it wrong. Yeah, it's like, well, it's vertical. It's like I don't do vertical ovals. I do horizontal ovals and slanted ovals. I don't do vertical ovals. What is this vertical oval nonsense? Whoever did these, Kelchner, Flickinger, Berensmeyer, maybe not Berensmeyer, now that I look at them more and more. I'm gonna guess Kelchner. But I'm gonna see if I can find the actual originals. I guess I could ask Mike. Maybe I'll call or text Mike tomorrow and ask him. You may not know. But they should be in. I don't know what scrapbook they're in. Should be in. They should be from Donner's scrapbook or the Healy collection, I would guess. But who knows? Who knows? What movie is that from? What song is that? Don't know. Okay. Not the most beautiful entry to the sea I've ever done, but told you I'd messed it up with that last stroke. Oh, and then this. Yeah, my C's messed up too. So the biggest thing. Oh, I mean, that's not really a question. If I call Mike, I don't have to use an accent. He'll answer the phone in an accent. And then I will naturally respond in an accent. And then we will blabber on for minutes on end, talking utter gibberish before we ever get to the point of why we're calling one another. We'll start talking about kilts and who knows what, just because. That's how it works when Mike and I talk on the phone. Or in person as well. Just a bunch of gibberish. Okay. Good C so far. Don't mess it up. I hate that I have to go to whole arm movement for this part. I want to be able to do it in not whole arm movement. this. Okay, so that's not perfect, but I'm close. My 2020 kilt calendar, yes. I've never seen it. He's told me about this calendar, but I've never seen it. So that turned out relatively decent. I'm quite happy with these ovals. I got a little out of control on that one. I went a little too far, a little too long. And this vertical, unfortunately, the vertical oval before the E, I think messed up my brain. So I messed up the E, which is unfortunate because I thought I was going to nail that one. It's also got to go down a little bit more. And then no shade on this end part. No shade here. Stop shading. That's a little mini stop sign. Okay. Let's try that again. That was a good attempt. Doing well here. Oh, I'm so happy that my hand is at least writing relatively decent tonight. I feel like the past couple weeks of late night lives, my hand has been pretty poor. But we're feeling okay today. Not good at bringing that up any higher, which I should. I need to bring it up to about here. Oops. I feel like that one has the same problems as the last one had. The E's a little bit nicer. But like, so, for example, where this line crosses through the lowercase letters, it's supposed to cross after the N. Like, look how vertical that is. That's so squished. I've made it through the O is the closest I've gotten it. Like, oh, way over here. Also, that's because I bring this oval way too far. I have to round that out. I'm a little too ovoid. But the C is really pretty. And I like these two shades match really good. Not the best little oval here. An entry into the C is a little bit, or into the E is a little bit wonky, but I want to keep trying this one. We can do it better. I know we can. This one feels good though. I quite like it. I quite enjoy writing this signature. I find it rather entertaining. Sorry. Okay, the goal on this one is to bring the C up higher. Okay, we can do that. that might be high enough. Not as nice of a shade on the sea though. I'm just gonna do another one. I got a little I got confused. I got lost. This is what happens when I do these late night live signature quick breakdowns. This is not probably the best way to practice these. Trial by fire, throwing myself into it. It's more of a do as I say, not as I do type of a thing. More practice on each one of these elements would probably be good, but I'm just sort of diving in every week. Because that's what I do, apparently. I feel like I nailed the vertical oval on that one, and I royally messed up the shade on the E. Darn it. That would have been a really good one. Crummy. Bummer. I think I had like an internal celebration when I got to this point. I was like, yeah, I did it. And then everything. That's loss of focus. Which happens. Loss of focus. Whoa. I don't remember. I don't know. Yeah, everything. I got panicky there. I really like this C, but I forgot what was coming next. This would be like what letter would start like that? I don't know. I really like that C though. I do. Unlike that one. I like that one. All right. Need to get a good attempt at this. Come on. And then we'll pick another one. Maybe we'll find one with an H in it. Since that's what Fozzie wants. Oh. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's midnight. Well, you don't have to tell me, Otis Winnie. It happens on its own. Apparently. Okay, but we can't be listening to classical music if it's midnight. If it's midnight, we need some... We gotta pick it up a little bit. Ooh, it's very dark. You can't see my face at all, huh? Pamela, welcome to your first After Midnight Late Night Live. It all happens automatically. At 12 o'clock, we drop the black light a little closer to the paper. And then I'm gonna tweak there's a few things that I can't do automatically. Let me tweak. The camera here. There we go. Oh, did I freeze it? I did. Darn it. Sorry. 2 seconds. Oh. This is what happens at midnight. Oof, that's loud. Chill out. What's going on? Why aren't you working? Grr. Sorry, everybody. Slight technical difficulties. Stop making that sound. There we go. Cool. There. Now you can see me. We got some better music. More fitting to the late night after 12. Low. Woo! Got our black light ink right here. We're gonna need some different paper. Glow low. Paper that's more suitable for the glow. Whoa! What is going? Look at my hands. What is that from? I'm scared. What is on my hands? Why do they look like that? That's quite bizarre. Very strange. No, not I think what it might be, I was washing shoelaces earlier, or I'm soaking some shoelaces in OxiClean, and I wonder if it was, I was shaking a jar and I was cleaning OxiClean, and OxiClean is very, very glowy under the blacklight. I learned that after cleaning my carpet and then looking at it during a blacklight session, and all the little spots that I cleaned glow under blacklight, which is quite funny. But that must be what it is, because that's never happened before on a late night live. Hilarious. Hilarious. Yeah, no, it's not ink, because I wouldn't get... It's like in weird... Yeah, this is from earlier this afternoon when I was messing with those shoelaces. They're still soaking. Alright, let's just do a test here to see... Gosh, it looks like I'm dirty. I have washed my hands since then, I swear. How does this look? That's bright enough. That actually looks pretty good. Sweet. Yeah, so Pamela, this is what happens every week. This is what the party turns into. Everything goes black. Music changes. We keep doing exactly what we were doing, just in glow lights instead. Whoops. There we go. I think that's good enough, we're gonna say. I mean, luckily, it's just it's a cleaning agent, so it's not like it's germs and it's gonna hurt me. It just means I need to not mess with OxiClean when I'm gonna be using the blacklight. The blacklighting, so this is Blue Ghost. Blue Ghost, is that what it's called? Yeah, from Noodler's Inc. There's also Mohamed, who was here earlier. he has found a way to make some blacklight responsive neon inks that work on like black paper and stuff, which I haven't mixed any of those yet. I'm using, this is invisible ink, so it's not just blacklight reflective. In daylight, this page would look like I haven't written on it at all. Okay, let's pick another signature though. I think we're good with CE Ransom. I think we did a good job with that one. I'm gonna pick something new now for the blacklightness. We'll do one more in blacklight and then we'll see how we feel. This is crazy though. Meh, not a big deal. Okay. We want to try to find one with an H in it because that was Fozzie's request. See what we can find. Sorry, you guys aren't going to be able to see these quite as good now that there's blacklight, but I will do my best to pick one that works. Looking for an H, looking for an H. Oh, we could, oh, those are too hard to see. Let's go back a little bit. Looking for a signature with an H in it. An H and an N? Ooh. I mean, I could make one up. I don't know if I'll be able to find one specifically. This has got an interesting connection in it, so I want to try this one. Sorry, it doesn't have an N in it. We could do an H first, and then an N. We're going to do H.G. Healy. This one here. So we'll break it down first. Nothing really tricky in this one. It just goes from one letter to the next one. It's just got a really interesting connection from that G. Yeah, that's why I wanted to do it. Because we have a standard H, horizontal oval coming up, down, shade. How's the volume of that music, you guys? Is that loud for you or quiet for you? Okay, and then we have, so this is going to be a shade on the bottom here, up and over, shade on the end there, or on the top on that one, just like a capital C, continuing on into a shade into the G and stop. So our first stop point is at the end of that G after we have our entry oval, and then this all has to happen, those three shades happen in one stroke. So that's going to take some practice, but that's the C to the G I will feel comfortable with, but just getting this H in general, I'm going to have to practice the H. Then he has a long shade on the end of this G, and then a compound curve into a little loop, into a compound curve, into an unshaded, and then that same C ending stroke and a huge ending stroke there. So that again, that's all one stroke as well. So this whole thing is basically made up of two long strokes, not including the lowercase letters and the horizontal entry, which should be manageable. Sweet. Glad the volume is good. It sounds good for me as well. Okay, let's dive in. This one doesn't require a whole lot of breaking down, but we are going to have to practice. Ooh, I have to keep it a little bit closer. I can't see it in the dark as easy as I could before. Gross, glowy fingers. Sorry about my fingers, everybody. All right. The first bit is going to be just getting that H looking nice. Now he starts way up. I guess that entry oval should start way up here. He has a really big one and really high. But That should be all right. And then that's a shade, not like a stem shade. It's a really unique shade on the H. That into the C, that continues into the G. Just a long horizontal oval. And that's our first lift. And then from there we have a long shade into a compound curve. Oh, this is the one that's really weird. So we have a shade, compound curve, a little loop into an H. Okay. We'll try this once, and then we might have to slow it down and break it down a little bit better, but is that, oh, whoops, this is supposed to be down here. Okay, but that's manageable. That's a neat little stroke. All right, here we go. Starting nice and high with the H. It's so hard for me to remember to keep that below. So those are too spaced out. They need to be a little bit squishier, which means these compound curves need to be up higher this way. And then this compound curve needs to come up a little bit quicker, so it's not quite as spaced out. That's manageable. And this part looks okay. But then again, keep that tighter. To come around and keep that below. And then a huge shade. I have to remember to shade that down there. Okay. Cool. All right. What happened? I didn't dip far enough? It's hard to see if I dip far enough or not in the dark. Shoot. I'll just start over again. Oh, my fingers look so disgusting on video. Ooh, smooth zone. Nope. That looks like a neat, A. This paper has a lot more texture to it than the last one did. I did it again. I'm bringing those way too close together. Oh my gosh, I keep doing the exact same thing. Stop it. My angles are off. I think it's because am I off slant? I am, I think my downstroke here is off of my actual, well, it's not that far off, but it's off a little bit. I think the turning to midnight has made me lose focus. I need to refocus myself. Oh yeah, totally. Like prior to the internet, I mean, a lot of them wouldn't have had any physical connection with other like of the famous penmen because they were all over the country getting the BE every month. I mean, and I'm assuming lots of them, if they got the BE, they also probably got um, like the Western penman or the American penman. Um, oh, welcome back, Jesse. This is what happens if we keep the energy going and everything hits midnight, all the lights turn off, the black light turns on, and it turns into a party. Black light party every time the live hits midnight. This is the first one in almost a month that we've hit midnight on. I do apologize for my head. They're not usually glowy like this. This is a cleaning. OxyClean is what caused that from earlier today. There we go. That's better. Fill those shades a little bit more. Ah! No, this has to go down here with a giant shade. Darn it, Mike. Thinking too much and not remembering the shapes. Oh, come on. I'm losing it, folks. I've done this exact same mistake so many times already doing this little class. It almost looks like after it. It's the A from Aladdin. Oh, I'm behind my picture. Whoops. Okay. My shades are too high on the H's. Come on, Mike. Pull yourself together, man. Hmm. So there's a challenge here. You have to get this shade on both of these H's. The shades have to be so high so that their hairlines when they cross the baseline, so that exit stroke isn't a shade going through a shade. My shade is all the way from top to bottom, which is no good. I need to start cutting it off about here. Okay, we can do that. Of course we can do that. Writing so big all of a sudden. The black light is making me write really big. I'm gonna blame the black light. I gotta remember to wear lighter shirts. Oh, maybe 1 week I'll do. I'm gonna put black light, invisible like makeup on that you can't see when the lights are on. And then when it goes black, I'll have like tribal tattoos and stuff, and I'll be all glowy. Maybe for Halloween, we'll do a Halloween show. Except Halloween's on a Saturday, I think, this year. I'm still so stoked to carve my new. I don't carve pumpkins anymore for Halloween. I love Halloween carving. It's one of my favorite things of that time of year. But I now carve watermelons. I'm really excited to go to do watermelon carving this year. I'm gonna try to have a group of friends over and have a watermelon carving party. Because with watermelons, it's not like the grossness of the inside of a pumpkin. You literally like you do the smaller ones and you just get a spoon and you just eat it as you're going. It's amazing. And it's delicious. Everybody likes watermelon. That's a pretty neat signature. H.G. Healy. Oh, dude, it's a game changer. I had never thought of doing it before. Last Halloween, though, I was like super last minute on Halloween night. Me and my friends decided we're gonna go to his house and carve pumpkins. But literally every grocery store, every store ever in like the Vancouver area within like a 15-minute drive had no pumpkins. We called a bunch of them. We went to a bunch of them. Nobody had pumpkins. My buddy was even going to drive around and try to steal some, which not a good idea. And he didn't find any anyways. But so we ended up going just to market to get food. And when we were there, we found watermelons. I'm like, well, this should work about the same. I Googled quickly carving watermelons to see. And doing it, so amazing. Because like with the little ones, they're super juicy. And you literally just eat it as you're going. Or you just have a bowl and just scoop the watermelon into a bowl and eat out of the bowl as the night progresses. It's dope. Yeah, so much better than carving pumpkins, in my opinion. And they, with a candle inside, they glow the exact same. Like the skin does the same job. All right, that one was relatively easy once I stopped messing around. My H has got a little bit smaller, but that's okay. All right, let's pick another one. I have to remember that I shouldn't like sing along to this music because what you guys are hearing and what I'm hearing is not at the same time. So I saw in one of my previous lives, I was dancing and I was definitely offbeat to what ended up being on the recording. All right, what do we want to do here? I want to find one that's snazzy looking. Oh, I could do that W now. I'm going to go back and do that W that I saw earlier. Yeah, we're going to do this one. Because I wanted to do it earlier, but didn't. So I'm going to go back to it. Oh, I bumped the light. Stop moving. Okay. So this one, how does this work? This one, I feel like Disney letters. Yep. This one is going to be like deceptively difficult. I think it's going to be a lot harder than it looks. Um, I think. I could be wrong. We'll find out. But compound curve P, which I always have trouble with this P. Okay, in the end with a nice little bit of shade on it. From there, you could either lift or continue. If you look closely at this one, which you can't see in this lighting, and it's difficult to see anyways, there are two little lines here going off in two different directions, which means he did this stroke and then started again to write, but he didn't hit the same point. Ideally, that would have been his goal, I'm pretty sure. Did the same point to go into the W. I don't even know if I'd want to stop. If I'd want to stop and go, or and lift. I don't know, we'll see. Then we have this undercurve into here. Who knows where that stopped? Then he has this nice, again, super rounded, similar to the long S we did earlier. Handwriting analysis. For these signatures, no. I never have. I've done some reading on handwriting analysis in the past. And one thing that I found interesting about it, and analyzing the handwriting of a penman doesn't really work because a lot of us aren't writing in a natural flow when we're doing these signatures. Like you're right, as personality comes through, but I think most of the traits that are known in handwriting analysis, I don't think they work because we're specifically trying to do certain things. So I think you can tell a lot about somebody, I think, by the way they did their signatures. Like, I never obviously got to meet Berensmeyer, but to me, he seems playful. Same with, like, Courtney. Tower seems like he would have been a little bit, like, nuts. There were the ones that you could, this look like, oh, like, you were a more strict individual. You were somebody, like, Mataraz, you're somebody who likes to show off. Like, those are, you can get, like, sort of personality traits from somebody's writing. But yeah, all the specific things in handwriting analysis, I think, go completely out the window. Unless it's our natural writing, which if like somebody could analyze my natural, like, note-taking writing, and they would be able to see what they were looking for. But I don't think it comes through in signatures because the goals are different. So there's not like the traits. There's maybe some, but not like regular handwriting analysis. We train to break the rules or to break their analysis. Anyways, long shade. This is just such a beautiful shade. Into the W that's rounded to come up, and then it looks like, is that hairline? Yes. So this hairline comes up into this bead, and again, he probably lifted about there, about at the height of the letter, and then came back in and did the nice rounded shade to go into the Q, starting with the capital A coming up, similar to the G we just did, but looping the other way at the bottom. This is my favorite Q these days. Hard stop at the bottom, and then looping and staying below the baseline, which is interesting. I usually see this Q do a compound curve and go around like so, instead of stopping at the bottom and going back down, which is neat. And this is quite long, so this was probably done pretty quickly, this ending little bit. And then Quincy put on the end, and then that same stroke we did earlier today to finish it off. So, not a really complicated signature, but I do think that W, the Q, I don't assume I'll have issues with. It's going to be this W, this little shade here, and just trying to get that P as perfect as possible. Graphology, yeah. Unfortunately, I would not want to be a graphologist trying to study penman's writing, because I don't think they'd get the data that they're looking for. All right. Let's start off with that P. Such a beautiful P. It's so minimal and clean. I always get too sharp here. I'm not even on even close to a baseline right now. I wasn't paying attention to the lines. I get too sharp there and usually too squishy here. This needs to be rounded out most of the time when I do this P. Those are the two issues that I see in my own writing most of the time. Get focus. There we go. Back in focus. Two. All right, let's round out that bottom. It's because I stress out because of the shade and don't let it just happen. Whoops. See, it's very sharp at the top of that W. I find it very challenging to start it round. You have to apply weight. You have to move quickly, but apply weight even quicker. That was better. Horrible shaped letter, but it got round on the little entry. Yeah, you just gotta attack it, and I think that's how it works, or that's how you get it. And attack. Yeah, rounded. It stayed. I mean, this is more. I stayed at constant thickness the entire time, which is not the goal. But it started off a little more rounded. That's even more rounded, but again, this ends up looking like an engrosser script shade, not a nice taper to a hairline. So either I slow down so that shade doesn't happen. I have time to, taper out, or I just add that shade quicker. Maybe I can do both. Slow down just a little bit. Yeah. That's not terrible. It's a little blobby. I went the wrong way. That fraction of a second before the shade comes in. This is it's a tough shade to do exactly like he did it. Whoa. Bottom heavy. The Potbelly Q. That's not acceptable. So far, so good. W. A little too narrow. keep the shade up high on this one. A little low, but better. Okay, so there's the general idea, but all of my capital letters look, well, they don't match each other very well. Whereas in his example, they all blend. Shades are all the same width. There's a lot of different shade techniques being used in these three letters. It's quite difficult to get them to all look nice together. Deceptively difficult signature. What's going on? I'm losing my hairlines all of a sudden. What's happening? That needs to be straighter. Let me clean my nib real quick. The chat has gone quiet. You guys still there? Or are you just enjoying the music? Or did you guys leave me? What's going on here? Shh. Full screen mode. Nice. What's going on? My nib is acting like it's not prepped all of a sudden. Ooh, that works for me. Late night, the low time is not supposed to be hypnotic. Wasn't my goal. Ooh. Knocking things over. I can't see anything. Okay. That's better. Full coverage now. We're back. Okay. Thanks for hanging out, Fozzie. Say hello to the fam jam for me. And have a good class. See you when I see you. My W just doesn't match. Something about it just doesn't look right. Well, obviously, big part of it is all of my 3. It's the same level. And it should be... This should be higher. This should be lower. And then this should come up to there. That's what it needs to look like. Okay. I didn't really realize that I was doing them all the same size before. No, not the same size. It is amazing how difficult it is to make that. It's just 3 loops or 2 loops. It is fascinating to me how much trouble I'm having making that look good. It's really just loops. Yeah, just like that. That first line has to be straighter. Nope. That's the idea. Bad A, but that's a good W. There we go. Starting to happen more frequently now. Cool. I gotta shade the Q slightly less, since the W and the P I don't seem to get very big shades out of, so I gotta chill out the Q a little bit. Chill out the Q. Eesh. This is a really hard signature to make look good. Wow. I definitely have too much space between all my letters as well. All right, get a new sheet. We'll try one more sheet of this, and then we'll see how we do. Thank you. This is a different. Well, yeah, earlier music was classical because we were staying relaxed, but now this is every time we hit midnight. This is the midnight playlist. Darn it! He does that one so long. We're getting there. I am blown away at how difficult this one is to get to look good. 3 different shade styles. 4 different shades. Wow. 4 different shade styles. We have the stem shade. It has this rounded pull shade. 2 of those. It has the direct oval shade. It has a taper to pull shade. Yeah. Jeepers. It's a tough one. Doesn't look tough though. It looks like it should be super easy. I gotta get this P looking nicer. Start the shade lower. Shady Sigma. Yep. I'm assuming PW Quincy was just a shady dude. Jeepers. They all just don't look good. I'm gonna try to draw it slowly and see if I can. Just so I can get it in my brain a little bit. It's just such a wispy one. Shady Mr. Quincy. The name of a movie. That should be the name of a movie. Ugh, it's the W. I just can't do this W to look. I can't get it to look good. We gotta drill it. Such an easy shape. Nope. How does he get it to transition like that? Yep. We hit the glow party today. Ooh, we've been in the glow for almost an hour now. Holy moly. Time flies when it's a glow party. But I'm having a heck of a lot of trouble. I'm working on this same signature for quite a while now because I'm having trouble with it. Duh. The Disney gods. Come on, Walt. Give me a hand. Duh, it just looks terrible. I wonder, I could probably do this with hinge movement, maybe. Which is kind of cheating, but... Yep. Okay, so I can do that W relatively easy with hinge movement. But that's cheating. I don't want to resort to that. Unless I have to. But we could do the P normal. Do the W in hinge movement. Go back to normal. Like so. That kind of works. Hinging is cheating. I don't like to resort to hinge movement all the time. But I have trouble doing... To get this W, I would practice doing narrow ovals like so. And yeah, getting that movement a little bit cleaner. Narrow ovals on the slant line would be what's required. Or I turn the paper and use hinge movement. Which is very possible. Wonder if that's what he did. It's possible. It's definitely a lot easier. Ooh, this is really bad. We started really good with the G, but then everything else went downhill. think my attention span is running out, folks. Do my signature real quick. What is my record? What is the record time? Have we done 4 hours yet? We just hit the 4-hour mark. Have we done 4 hours before? We have, right? 4 hours and 5 minutes. Sheet of paper. Do I want to break the record? There's not many people in here anymore. Not that that really matters, but... 28th of July. That's so crazy. It's some days when we get to like... I'll look at the clock and it'll be like 11. Like, geez, midnight is forever away. But then midnight to 1 always goes by really... seemingly really fast. And then everything goes really slow again. Well, I guess all depends on what I'm writing and what I'm up to. Thank you. It's a pretty one. The one in the morning. Oh, right. That was a big spelling mistake day. Should have been... Oh, yeah. That's not how you spell 40. Whoops. Oh, well. Mike made a spelling mistake. No surprise. That's a lot of F's. Design myself a new signature. What can we do? I've always wanted to use... I don't have a signature that uses this G. And I've always wanted one, but it's so freaking hard to incorporate that in there. Unless I do it in reverse. Oh, can I go from the G to the W like that? Oh, it is 47. Oh, well. I should have used the long S for 7. But I think my brain was just doing everything in Fs. So I did 5 instead. Oh. Whoops. It's late. My brain's not working anymore. The G, I mean, the standard, the traditional G is... I didn't used to like it, but now it's become my favorite. That guy. I like it a lot. It's not the best version of it, but all of my signatures have one. They all have this variation of the G. That one, or my other signature has that same G, but written coming from a different letter. Ran out of ink. That's a complicated signature. I don't use it very often because it's... Ugh. I ran out of ink, but that's okay. That one's super complicated. I don't use it very often anymore. But I have no... I've designed some ones that I've done slowly, signatures that use the other G, but I have none that I've ever really liked or ever used, unfortunately. I have some monograms that use the other G, and I like them a lot, but I've never been able to do a written signature that I like the G of. I just got an idea here, though. There is something to that. There is potential there. Yeah, that round loopy monogram. I forgot, we did that one on a live. I was supposed to revisit that one. Oops. Huh. Do I like that or do I not like that? Oh, what if I do this instead? That would work if I spaced it out right. I don't love it. Oh, what if the G was smaller? Okay, wait, what if... I don't know if that works or not. If the G is above. It seems like when I write with the glow ink, after like 20 minutes or so, it starts to affect my nib, and my nib starts getting like unprepped. The ink starts beating off of it. That's interesting. Yeah, and then it's back to normal if I clean it with saliva. Interesting. But now, how do I get to here? I don't know if I can have an M connected to that. And that also might look way too busy. Nope. This is not the way this should be done. I should be doing this in pencil and actually designing the thing, not just trying to wing it and see what kind of happens. But if I can get an M, it's getting from the M to a G that is the hard part. No, because then I'm too close there. That doesn't work. That G is just so weird. It could also come from the baseline. That would also work. But that doesn't help me getting into from an M. In a perfect world, I would love to learn how to write a G, or I could invent a G, a backwards G. So I could come out of the M. I can't write a G backwards. How would that even work? A backwards G. Wait, what does a G look like? This way. No, that would look ugly where the shades are, though. That would not work. unfortunately. Don't worry, Pamela. Me too. I do believe this is going to be the end. We broke the record of 4 hours, 5 minutes, and 47 seconds. We are now at 4 hours, 14 minutes, and 20 seconds. But I don't think, well, who knows if we'll get this far again soon. Yeah, I mean, that's a long time to sit here and do lives, which is, after I do them, I always sit down and like, wow, that was a really long time. Or when I look over them, like, geez, 4 hours, that's a long time to be live. But today was really fun. I had fun breaking down the signatures. If you watched this whole time, thanks for hanging out. If you're watching this video afterwards and you watched the whole thing, thank you very much for watching. I would really appreciate if you guys give one of those likes and hit that bell icon and do the whole subscription thing, subscribe and all that jazz. I can help start to grow this channel. I'll start putting some actual videos, not just the lives on here. Yeah, this was fun. I want to do this signature, like live signature breakdown thing again. My plan is to pick some signatures, probably, how many did we do today? Like 5 or 6? I'm going to choose them ahead of time, and I'm going to post them on my Discord. So if you're not a member, if you're not on the Discord, you can find the link in my Instagram profile. But join the Discord, and then I will post there so everybody can see them. And then when I'm breaking them down, if you don't have the book that I'm studying, you can have the references that like you can follow along and break them down and write them with me. But we'll do that. I don't know if that'll be next week, but I really liked this sort of theme for this week. So I'll definitely be doing it again. I just don't know exactly when. But thank you very much for hanging out with me, everybody. I hope you have a beautiful day, night, morning, week, weekend, wherever it is, whenever it is for you. Have a great one. I will see you guys next time. Peace out. End stream now.